Is in the water thirsty for the kill. Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, so because okay, here's the dilemma that I have. I don't want to stay up too late because I do have stuff I need to do tomorrow, but also I do want to do a long stream today. So either no, because we have to do the Science Sunday on Sunday. Never mind. So today will be a relatively long stream, around 6 hours. Saturday we're gonna have to cut it short to probably somewhere around like through 2 to 3 hours, so that I can get enough sleep and wake up before or on Sunday before Science Sunday. Anyways, that was something I was looking at a little bit before stream. So this is all fine. This is fine. I'm just making sure I don't have anything where it shouldn't be. Cool. Desktop. Right. Today, we're just gonna be working on this. Like I think we were last stream. We were also working on this. If you weren't here last stream or you don't know or don't remember, this is a sort of like dynamic grapher. So you can like update points, and over time it will graph those points instead of just running a bunch of cycles and then just dumping all that data to a PNG. You can actually see the graph happen over time. So, I mean, that's the idea. Something that I do want to implement this real quick is replace self data self.data equals, or self dot should be new data. There we go. I just want to make that real quick. And besides that, we were here. Let's see if we can sort of take some steps back to where we were. So we have this one. This one will draw the points. Yeah, for each point if in the graph, then graph it, otherwise don't. Draw axes. Actually, I think I was meaning to test this. What happens if I do this? Yeah, that's what I expected. So get axes. Where is this? If len list, we need the x's. So we just list these and then put it as a tuple. List -1, 1, -1, 1. Where is this? Oh, isn't. Nope, that's not how you spell that. Len self.data is greater than 1. Else, no. How did we do it here? We did it like this. This instance. Oh, interesting. isn't. Let's get isn't. Probably make this. There's a few things we could do for efficiency. I don't think we'll do any of those right now. I'm flying at the Canada right the sky. Raise your cups and after glass until we die. We'll never live, treasure strokes the fire within. Let me check. Does it think it int print is int? Get isn't. Sailing against the tide, kings of the ocean, sons of the broken, every crew cry devotion. Wind screams our name, down on the water, every skin make an offer, due to the coffer, as we cut through the seas like a hurricane. Until we die. Okay, so you still recognize that it's an integer. So we need to get display intervals. I guess even, well, no, even if it is, yeah, this is fine. There's enough room for a second one. Same here, there's enough room for -2, but why don't we include that one? And to graph returns both, so and to graph I think we have the same issue here, is that see, this one we probably couldn't graph another one. This one we could probably graph another one. Until you don't see that. We will not break, we will find. You can't make a legend. Okay. Do we hate it that much? No. I do want to know that why one, we could easily get one more. Why does 20... And this one. Xgraph dot append round to multiple. What is axis? Okay. This is min x max. Negative 18 is already a multiple. Okay, so I fucked up something in here. If number let's try that. No. Okay. Still no. Okay. Okay, let's not do any of this then. Okay, we're just gonna put it up here. And round to multiple. I don't know, like. Okay, so something is wrong with the down. Friend. Hi. What do we got? Okay, so we don't reach here, and it's still... That's fine. Didn't have to do with this. This can remain. There we go. True. There we go. That should help. Okay, 42. Where's our 18? See, so we get the end of the table, but we don't get something here. Okay, so something wouldn't fit here, so that's okay. Let's see, what is our axis? It's -7 up here. That's not quite right. This should be a little closer up, but that's okay. So this should be more to, well, I guess because -18 is supposed to be here, but it isn't. Well, x graph of -1 is less than x max. See, that's too close. Also, that's not evenly spaced. That's not good. But that's better. We're graphing all the things that we should be graphing. Cool. Next. Why is it broken? Okay. If so. Draw. Reference lines. Numbers. Draw axes. Right, this is. Wait, no. Oh. Both of these do that. This draws axes is down here. Okay. From the left. So I know why this gets super close to the axis. I think. Why does it actually not land on top of the axis? Because that is at exactly this point. Oh, right, because we update. Plus, I don't know, plus like times 3 over 2. No, this is true. Do we wanna see more offset? We'll see. I'll just see if this yields better results. Oh, wait, nope. Just replace jump. Copy from round 2 and then just replace this one. Now, do we get better results?
A little bit. I think
Times 2 is fine. Times 2.
yeah, times 2 is fine.
No, this doesn't make the graph look any better. I mean, the X jump looks, or the jump looks kind of cool, but I don't know if I like it. I don't think it adds that much value to the graph, and it makes it kind of just messier to read. Let's check. Let's Desmos do it. I mean, like, if I keep scrolling. What if I put in the other corner? Is it... Okay, so... yeah. I think it's fine then. I'm trying to see how, like, Desmos does it and how I can kind of, like, do something similar. almost. So that it, because they already figured out how to make it look kind of nice. Why reinvent the wheel? Let's see. Equals false. Right. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to do this. Where is axis going? If self dot notches. Hi, Sweet Drops Production. Welcome in. Hello. What are you coding right now? Something cool? I would call it cool. It's something to, I guess, dynamically graph kind of data so that you don't have to, like, for example, here. Let me do an example. I have this one. For example, like if I run this, it does its thing and then just dumps a bunch of PNGs of graphs, which is great and all, but I would much rather it kind of show me the data over time. So we're building something to do that. It's math related, but yeah, it is what it is. I think it'll be cool once it's done. That's one. And then this is the other one. If self dot notches. Okay, now if I turn this off. Oh, okay. It'll be very useful. Yeah. That's the idea. Oh, do I start the lines low? Where do I start? This is at... Yes, I know you want me to do that, but no thank you. I'm good. So stop padding 1 plus pixels from top. Okay, and then so we start all the way over here. because there's the gap here. No, I don't think you can do that. Actually, wait. And false. I think we just erase this. No. I'm okay with the lines going all the way across the graph. Also, I didn't ask what you wanted me to call you. Sweet Drop's fine. Yeah. I think we just put like a tiny like white box. Maybe we draw like a white line right before them. I think that should work. False, that becomes true. Now the notches do that. Sweet Drops is fine. Cool, cool. I think, yeah, I think we just plus notch size plus. You call me Shadow? Yeah, Shadow's fine. I also know that a lot of people on this platform are named something Shadow or Shadow. So Shadow works too. Just whatever's easiest. I don't know, like 4. Four's a reasonable amount. It'll just be another variable. Or not, -4 plus. Oops. Self dot. Yeah. And minus 4 plus 4. And let me make this like color. Now that works even if plus. I think that we're gonna see some issues, yeah, around 0. I do need to move 0 if, well, I guess if 0 is showing at all, then it needs to be moved off somewhere. Okay, well, we'll put that to do graph, no, graph number 0, move off. Because this all works, I think, fine. We do need to put, like, maybe, like, a small box around them. But first, before we forget, notch pad equals 4. Now, cool, it still works. By the way, how's your day been, sweet drops? There we go. Ransomer 0 needs to move off center to leave axes alone. Reach point if in graph. We'll do that later. Text. I don't know, maybe like so if we're on this side, we set 8, I believe. I think it's this number. Because if I make this small, does that become complicated? No. Is it this number then? Negative 20. Oh. No. Negative 5. You woke up feeling bad and starting your day with hyperfocus on playing piano the whole day. To feel better? I'm sorry you felt bad. It's cool to play the piano though. I don't think I know anyone who plays the piano. I don't have the it's called coordination. That's the word for that. Well, how's my day been? Words. My day's been alright. Did some around like calc homework, but I finished it. That was taking probably most of my time. So hopefully everything else shouldn't be too bad, and I can finish it all tomorrow. Pixels per point. Axes. We can put. So if the -2 is for the. Oh, because it's on the y-axis. That makes a lot of sense. Wait, no? Yes, it does. I'm an idiot. practicing a lot. If you want to start, you should try. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of skill, a lot of skills are like that. It really isn't like all that much, but it can be annoying with like getting distracted all the time. Yes, we build ourselves with skills. Do you like to increase them? True, true. No, I guess we'll just start with the number. Text before we put this on. Correct. Self dot PG color. Thank you for the follow, Sweet Drops. Oh, did I turn alerts off? Oh, I did, because it's fucking annoying. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you feel that you always find something to distract instead of doing the stuff you have to do? Yeah. It's annoying, but it's also probably what led... I don't want to say it is like 100%, but like probably what led to me learning programming. I was supposed to do something, and I started learning programming on Scratch, so I probably... I know I used to code in Scratch a lot. I don't remember what actually started, or like when I actually started, or why I started. I just remember that, like, especially when I had like homework to do, I would just code in Scratch. And now it progressed, but it all starts with a distraction. It is. Minus text pad of 0? Yeah, this is 0 and 1s. Minus text pad of 1. You call it personal preference? Text dot. What? Oh, Yeah, to make it short and stuff. Text pad of 1 plus text pads of times 2. Yeah. What? I didn't. Doesn't seem to be working. Interesting. Maybe this is too wide. Where is it at the top? I don't know, maybe like 5 here. Like 2? Yeah. Oh, -2 is definitely not the way to go. I think at least you learn something. Yeah, I do like to learn. It's always fun to... I mean, one part of it is learning new things. Another part of it is... I guess... I don't know how to describe it. It's like doing something productive that you don't dislike. So like instead of doing homework, I'll go learn something about something that's not important, but you know, it feels somewhat productive. You hate schooling system, it was nothing for you and your brain. Of course, you had to teach some basics to understand the world. But you swear you forgot a lot of what you learned because you don't use it. Yep. And your life, and you will probably never use it. Yeah. That is the way it goes. Like, oh, you'll definitely use it for something. I don't know what, but it'll be useful. I think the max, because now if I flip this, if I just do these points again, these are the ones where this works. Other way. Yeah, you're cutting into... Actually, you're not. Huh, interesting. Let's see, once we do this... I don't know why I thought that would affect anything. That's... The negative appears on the other side of the text. So maybe this does need to be a little bit smaller. Okay, we're gonna keep track of what that looks like. No, I think 2 is fine. 2 is a good balance. Also, why is this one over here? that shouldn't be like that. Wait, did I write that? Yes, I did. Yeah, I feel that. In the schooling system, it works in strange ways. That it does. An upgrade would definitely, like, some of the things that you learn, like, just like normally, it's like you might use them sometimes, and I get teaching like the general concept of, and well, just for like math, for example, like the general concept of like certain math things, but you don't need to really go too much in depth past like understanding generally what it is. So that I never really got. Like, why? Draw line. Why did you? Oh, this is the y-axis. No, the x-axis. And above this one, there's one more. Okay, cool. Huh? Wait, so we aren't there. We are here. And hi. Nope. So we're reaching the this one. This is a lot easier than this entire thing. Yeah, that is very useful, the basics to build around. You think math is very useful? Yeah, all of like technology and like physics and stuff. Like all of science is, not all of science. I guess specifically physics, really. Chemistry is like math with like a little bit of, with like some experimentation. Obviously you do a lot of experimentation, but you can mostly predict chemistry with math sometimes. It's always like sometimes. It's like we get it mostly. Yeah, I know that I didn't change very much, but I did want to make sure. So you are here. Hi. Yes. This is -1. Like with chemistry, things like it's mostly, like it mostly is just math. You can do a lot of chemical formulas and equations with maths. And then sometimes you learn, oh, it's just different. I think there's a lot of rules, and then there's a lot of exceptions to those rules, and then there's exceptions to the exceptions to the rules. Chemistry is a field, and then biology is like, well, yeah, it's like a side of math. It, there's a lot of it that you just can't do with math. I mean, this is like very basic biology that we learned, but I mean, probably gets like more math in the like more mathy in like the lab, where you're actually like doing stuff. But from what we learned, it's like you can do like some things with math, but a lot of it is just you try it, it doesn't work, and you're like, okay, well, doesn't work. Hi, Ghost. How's it going? Getting there? Sorry, what? If you want to put it in DMs, I think that would probably be a little bit better. But yeah, I'm always like open to talk. This is for the x numbers is along the x-axis if plus if x jump is less than 0. Okay, you sent a short version. I don't think I think I have it on the other screen, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Ghost. Sucks to feel like that. I know you know this, but like, just to, I guess, reiterate. I'm always open to talk. I know some other people that, like Soren. I think you know Soren a little bit better. But Soren also is probably open to talk. You know, and you appreciate it. Just wanted, what the fuck? Minus x. Oh. Ooh. That's fine. Oh, you know, Soren is there as well. You got a lot of support, but you need to get through it. Yeah, true. But, you know, talking to people can help. Sometimes just like ignoring it is a bad, like it feels bad to say ignoring it. But sometimes just letting it sit in the background without it being on the forefront is nice. I know these are things that you probably already know. Yeah. That should not have changed everything. Okay. And I add this, and it's like, well, I think this is what I'm looking for. I think it's all like inverted. Yeah, no, not quite, because it's still fucked. Hmm. You're dealing with small steps, sometimes you just put it back and come back to fight another day. Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of things happening in, I guess, like everyone's lives, but like life is very busy. Sometimes you don't have the time or the energy to focus on something. And it's okay to just kind of put it to the side. It is okay to put things to the side. I don't even know what that one is. What? We still have this one? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember what that was about. Clear this. I don't need all of this. Okay. Okay. Anyways. Actually, should we do aerial? We could do like Monos space because it's monospaced. Okay, that's still fucked, but from the top. No, this should be plus. Maybe it's greater than 0. Greater than 0 is the one that I'm looking for. Yeah. Yay. Axes 20 to 20, 40, 40, 20. Okay. Do we want to get to graphing points? Nah, I think we'll just first fix this and then we can move on to other stuff. We don't need to do that because notches is true by default. What else do we need to add? Was the graph scale? 1 to 1. To 2. That's not. That's not quite right. Also, I'm just gonna make that integer. It makes everything easier. It is 18 to 42. Why does? Anyways, okay. So it was what? It's like. So this is the. Do we want to do X resolution, Y resolution? Yeah, permanent solution is not the answer to a temporary problem. True. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see this one. That's the point. Kindness to yourself, because you need yourself. It's the only person that will stay with you forever. It's also very true. We got words of wisdom in chat. Draw axes. Draw points. Get axes. Shit. Oops. I don't think that was for too long, hopefully. Thanks for that, Ghost. I don't think I... Well, maybe we did something. Where's it? Draw axes. What do we do? We changed this, so hopefully now this logic works. So that if we do have like a jump, none of these like notches overlap with these or go all the way up to the axis. No. Okay. This. Okay, so Y density is our space per pixel, and X density is our space per pixel. That's second over first. So for this one, it would be 2. Graph scale. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. Can always get them mixed up, but wasn't it? So we have two for 1. So y should be 2 times the density? Is that what we want? Yes, we want 2 times the numbers. Spread equals y then divided by scale ratio. Because if y needs to be 2 times, then we need to divide by 2 to get x. Yes. If x is greater than x tens. Otherwise, we do nothing. So we need the predicted density per pixel times the number of pixels gives us the number of numbers. And the number of numbers, so that makes sense. So y over x is 1 over, or 2 over 1. Be right back. Yep. Yeah. Why? Because this is... Then... This is a math equation now. That's not how you do commons. Y over x equals over 1. So if we want to find y, it's very simple. You just multiply this one over times x divided by x. But if you want to find the other one, if you want to find y, or if you want to find x, then you have to put this here, and then divided by 1, 2, or 1, or times 1 over 2. No, you have, this is ratio. So then y divided by the ratio equals the x, whatever that number is. So then y it is, well, that is 42 minus 18. 32, 26. Is that right? No. 24. This is 24. Is this 48? It is not even close. But we did do this here. No. Right, because our XY changed, or our Y min and max changed. So what is it? Okay. How many numbers does it say should we have? Should be 48. Print. Print change. and see the spacing. Give me this. You want 34? Bet. Okay, so what do we have? These two numbers. Oops. Okay, so 24, 24. And you want 30? What is scale ratio? And scale ratio. Scale ratio is 2. So x because it's times different numbers. So 2 is this much, whereas 5 is... Okay. So it did accomplish that. The other thing we need to do is... Another season. There's not none. If interval is smaller than x interval, x interval equals y interval, else y interval equals x interval. use this, but display wide display. Okay. Why? Okay, see, that's again still like it's not like entirely wrong. It still does what it's like. It still has the idea that they're all the same, but I thought we made this specifically about the density. And I read dot graph space of 1 y dense times graph space print x dense. Okay, we predict so we predict 17 versus 24. Okay. And we print change. What is the total change? Oh, that's fine. Nice squares. There we go. Now the graph looks nice and like neat, more or less. Got what? -42 to -18, and then 13 to 47. Or just 1 to 1. There we go. And then otherwise, it scales to whatever it wants. A little bit more lines though is nice. I like it with more lines rather than less, because I think 100 pixels for numbers a little much. We get like big gaps. I don't want to have those. So now it's small enough that it doesn't feel like it's too big of a gap between the numbers, but it also doesn't feel like all the numbers are too cramped. Now, do we want to handle 0 first, or do we want to draw points? Yeah, we've been working on the axis so long, we might as well just finish it. We'll handle 0. Not equal to 0. We have to handle 0 especially because it gets close to all the axes. If y(n) is not equal to 0, else or y(n)s. Okay, so no, this still needs to go all the way over, but not quite. If y(n) is not equal to 0, 0 not in x's. So for example, this one handles just fine. Oops, not like that. Do that. So if only one of them is showing, then it's okay. the second both are showing that we can't do this. So now we'll have a special little if block if 0 in x and 0 in y ins. Started, put my eyes on the target. How do we want to do this? We need to merge them into 1, 0. String 0. The question is, where the hell do we put it? Okay. So, the the y position needs to be just below the axis. Is that always where we want to render it? You're back. Welcome back. How's the project going? We've made a little bit of progress. Not all that much, but we're just doing some bug fixing before we move on to the last feature. This is for the y-axis. is this so far out? -5 then. X float extra equals like -5 maybe. Plus float, yes. X if +0. There we go. Also, it isn't X, it's for the Y. It's for the Y. Nope. I am float and -8, -10. There we go. Now it's nice and close, and I don't know why it is that way. Do we want it to be closer or no? That's fine. Wait, no, does 0 also? I think this all needs to go. Did it again. see. Let me go all the way.
There we go.
Thank you for the save, Sweet Drops. This is a object tree. Oops, I'm going to switch over to this for a second. This time we will not forget. I need to just make sure that it nope, okay, looks fine. Sorry, that happens sometimes. Just because of like how these things work sometimes they, you know, because it's looking into the system, sometimes it shows things that I would rather it not show, so. I do have to check that sometimes, but I don't. I haven't had anything go like that. I think that now that that all of this is working fine, we can actually work on wait, really quick before we do this. We're like only negative 20. Like 10 or something. Negative 2. How does Desmos work? Desmos does this. That's way too cool. Yeah, I could not. But yeah, okay. So it doesn't like necessarily keep it on one side of the graph or the other. And yeah, it looks fine there. Negative 50. Okay. It's like negative 50. Fine. We do 50. Cool. It works. At least so far, it hasn't broken. So, now we're gonna do this. Does ngraph return like a... Okay, so it is a Boolean array. Okay. That is good to know. Obviously, I need to make sure that it does still, like, that I still remember that every point is there. So that I can, like, draw lines and stuff once we get to that. And draw dot circle dot window more things to add. So these are all colors. These all vaguely go together. Same with these. Take right's just kind of there. Graph type is also just kind of there. These all vaguely go together. Font size is here. So point size should also go here. Equals, I don't know, like 5 pixels? 5 pixels is good enough. Point size. Oh, that's not the center, that's the radius. Self dot, or just point. Do we need pixels for point? Oh wait, no. Yep, I knew this was too easy. I need to compute where the point is actually supposed to be shown. Xn point of 0. We don't have a Y jump, do we? Oh, we do. Yes, I remembered. Point of 1. Self dot point color. Point size. was it? Are you on the graph? Really? That's not right. Oh, I did not draw. I did not draw my PNG tuber. It was a friend of mine who drew it. Self dot. Nope. Plus. There we go. Now everything's on point. Once we, made it make sense. Yep, that's. That looks like exactly where I need it to be. You can only make pixel art? I mean, that in itself is an impressive skill. You have a PNG tuber? It's a cat-like creature. While I do appreciate you mentioning that, you can put self-promo in, like, the Discord, but I would appreciate, like, at least if I don't know you, like, beforehand, you know? Just because then otherwise it leads a lot of other types of self-promo happen. So, friends and stuff, not too worried about. But, stuff like that. Like, there's a self-promo channel in Discord. If I didn't mention that, I might have. I'm very forgetful. So we have draw points, and then I guess now we just need draw line, I guess. Yeah, I think it's just draw line. Def draw line self X jump Y jump. So we're going to zip I don't want to calculate all of this, so dot append else locus dot append or what is it? None. One day when the Italian is done, take our leave and go. Or even more, much like then tight once more. For us, please sure, still that man didn't go. Soon may the wellerman come, tea and rum. And the whale's not gone, makes his regular call. And dolphin, wellerman come, and day when the Italian is done, even go. May the wellerman come. Can we even go? Counting where days to get away. See you again, see you again, and find ways. See you again, see you again. You again. Mm. See you again. Red waves. To see you again. You again. Yeah. Range. Max -1. You again. You again. Okay, so just even better. Just return this. Return. Tonight, wanna run off and fall. Tell myself it's fine to be alone. That was bad. That my falsetto was, especially when I'm tired. I want to make something to just compute that one. Next max. Why wouldn't my max? We calculate this. This is we could do this systems of equations style, or we could vector this. Vector. A, B. Dx equals dy. And then what we do is we take over dx. That's our slope. Def q of p. Over dx times p of 0 minus a of 0 plus a of 1 So if I put an a of 0, that would all collapse, and we would get a of 1. If I put in 1 above, let's say, I don't know, let's say it's 1. So we go 1. So we get a 1 increase from height plus the a of 1. I guess x is a better way. Def y, because this is just because it's just a line. Hi Ash, how's it going? Thank you for your daily cast. You caught a rare lure. You know, 51 anchors. Hi Ash, how's it going? What time is it for you? What, you're like... fuck. You're rare, so you get rare? Yeah? Yeah. That makes sense. You're alright? How about me? I'm doing fine. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it that much on the model, but the thing like right near the like the pockets, that is a shark. So I like shark a lot. So I wanted like a full like actual like thresher shark. I have it in like a design somewhere on like the sweatshirt, but there wasn't enough room for that. So it, just a small something. Wheels getting hotter, taming the fire, some burn that we crave. Storms keep it coming, let it rain through nothing. The peril we're drumming, leash out the refrain. Turn CQYQ till we die. Fortune's flame will never dim. Treasure stokes the fire within. Howling waters high, we will sail against the tide. Da 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 da. Howling waters high. What am I making? Uh-oh. That's not good. Please? Okay, and fixed. Well, that's annoying. Anyways, what am I making? So, like, Ash, if you have numbers in your math, I know, what a travesty. But if you do have numbers in your math, it's much easier to look at the numbers when it's in a picture, as like a graph. So this is something that'll take a bunch of data and graph it in real time as the data comes in. That's basically it. Equal. Oh, sorry, Ash. Were you in ads? I think I answered your question while you were, like, in the middle of ads. Oops. Vector point. No ads for Ash. Well, that's good. You're missing return. Right, I haven't built that yet, so shut up, please. I know, I'm doing that. Now, if distance AB A I mean, yes, essentially. Turn screw. Yes. X squared y squared. Can I use funny triangle symbol? delta symbol. Can I use the funny triangle symbol? Show me. Wait. Yoink. I can use the funny triangle symbol. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's probably for the best then. But doesn't mean I don't have to keep calling it dx and dy. Equals x in if x is less than point. I don't type that fast. I'm an idiot. But this is x check. It's a lot. Yeah, all you see is words. I can see why that would be the case. Let me see if I can explain at least this section. I had to do that more. I kind of just stopped with that. No. Okay. So if I have my like box here, this is everything I want to graph. If I have a point outside here, that's huge. If I have a point outside here, and then I want to connect these 2 points with a line, I don't want to draw something from here to here because it's outside the area. So I need to calculate this point, the point between them, so that when I draw the line, I draw it like that, except instead of drawing it to that first point, I draw it to here. And it just looks like it's going towards this point. So that's what we're trying to do. And how do we do that? Well, we do that by essentially turning it into a vector, which is a fancy word, but it's just as, in this case, it's this little function that, or it's 2 functions, because a vector is a line, and this is just in Python. It doesn't, it's not platform specific, but I believe Pygame works on Windows and Linux. It probably works on the other ones. Pygame is a relatively big project. Yeah, this is just in Python, so it should work on most platforms. Right, vector. A vector is just a line. So we do both of these so that I can give it an x value and say, hey, so if you were gonna follow the line, it's like how if you have like a line in math, you know, your that's it. No, I keep doing that. Your y equals mx plus b. If I have something like this, I can plug in something, and it'll give me the y value that this line has at that something. But because it's a line, each y value only has one x value, so I can also just reverse it. I can say x equals 1 over m is slope. For some reason, we decided that that would be an m because it would be too simple if it was something else. So 1 over slope, because we've switched sides, so we need to invert everything essentially. Times y plus b is a little different because of how math works. We'll call this c because it's not the same as b. C is not the same as b. C is not like the inverse. This is called the inverse. So this would be m. 1 over m is the inverse of m. C is not b. It is not the inverse of b. It is a thing that I can only do because I know where my starting point is in all of space. But basically it's just this. I give it an x value and say, hey, give me the... Or I give it a y value and say, hey, give me the x value at this. Or using the other equation, I say, here's an x value, give me the y value. And by doing that, I can check all the ways that it can touch my box. Where did I put paint? I deleted paint. Right? But you have the box. I should not delete this. Right? We make box. And with my point here and my point here, I know that there is only a couple different ways that this can interact with the box because the box is, well, it's a rectangle. Rectangles are really good for math because I know that to interact with it, so anytime that it touches the boxes, it either needs to be at this y level, this x level, and this or this y level, or this x level. So like, for example, it can cross through here, but it needs to be at this, somewhere on this line. And it can cross here, but it needs to be somewhere on this line. Hopefully that makes sense. There's only a couple places that it can interact with the box. So if we can just check all of them, instead of having to do... The other way you can do this is called systems of equations, which is where you say, hey, these two equations, they're equal to each other. Find the parameters. That's the other way you can do this. That's complicated. I don't want to. No, actually, cancel. Stop. Don't do that. So we're going to take a little math shortcut. Because less math is always better. Why don't you like this? Oh, is it static? Oh, I don't actually use any of this. Okay, fine. Static method. Self dot. We still do self dot, actually. It's just different now. Anyways. That was the thing yelling at me, because I could make it slightly more efficient. I don't care that much, but, and basically that's what we're doing here. We're saying, if our point is below the lowest value in our box, right? If our point is below this line, then this is the line that we're gonna check. And if our x value is to the right of this line, then this line's the one that we're gonna check. Right, left. I know my directions. If our point is to the left of this line, then we're gonna check to that side of this line. So we're only gonna check for this line. Otherwise, we check for this line and this box, and this line. So these two lines, depending on where the point is. More shortcuts so that we have to do less things. X eq y eq eq of x check, right? I named it xeq is the one where you give it an x, right? Yes. Actually, I have Desmos open, right? Let me just make sure that this works and I'm not being dumb. Okay, our point is, I don't know, like 3, 6, and 1, 1, 9, or 1, 8. Actually, let's make this 4. There we go. More interesting math. This one minus this one is 4. Other way. 3. 1. There we go. This one minus this one is 2. So that gets us the 2 that we need. Perfect. 2. And then, where's our starting point? I don't know. That one. So minus 1 plus 4. Oh, I should do this. X equals 1 over 2 y minus 4 plus 1. Yes. The math still works. Yeah, okay. And then distance is just that. Good enough. Nah, might as well. Who cares? This one. Q of x check. X equals y. Q of x check. Okay, let's just make sure that this is valid. If y min is less than or equal to y. Not this. If this is not true. It's greater than. No, this is an and. I remember this is an. It's and comparison. So now, yeah, we just do if not this. Y. Thank you for the hydrate, Ash. Be right back. Okay, see you in a bit. This? Actually, we'll do it like this. If not equals distance point lots of I or range len opts opts of disks.index min dists else turn on. Equals 2. Okay, this should also go away. That's fine. That one we're still gonna use. Draw points. Okay, pass. This does nothing. We're not using this one yet. So all of them are off by just a tiny bit. So not quite. What if this was like 20? And this 30 is just a little off. Why? Okay, let's try this. Okay, so it's still, yeah, so it doesn't snap to the grid. This one does fine. This one does fine except for the Y. So what's the difference? Have I been changing anything? So we get like oh. Like that. That should work. This one is less than 0. Plus 0. Nope. I know why we don't have to worry about that. That's this. This needs to be times 2, and so does this. Better? Yeah, better. Now it lots the point just fine. And what else? This we just get the axes like normal. So if we delete this, who starts complaining? that starts complaining, and nothing else. There's probably a way to make this make sense, but welcome back, Ash. X-Men, X-Max, Max. Nope, not this. Next jump. So you need more leaves in your diet? Become herbivore. Munch. I don't know. Grass is a leaf, right? They think maybe you're a zebra? Grass. You can try pine needles. I think those are leaves, right? But seriously, like, it's good ways you can prepare some leaves. They don't always taste. Leaves don't always taste like amazing, but you can prepare them in such a way that they don't taste like dog shit, at least. Oh, is this exactly the same? Okay, self dot val to pix x per point xn x jump xmin. Okay. Self.val to pix x. How long will this project take? Hopefully we can be done today. Why did I choose X again? This is the wrong one. Y. Y max. Y jump. Y. What did I call it? Yeah, val. Just. Okay. Now where do we see this? That's at like this setting. 1, 2. Picks from top, picks from top, picks from top, picks from top. We use this anytime without it. Nope. So we grab this and we say, yeah, replace it with this. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm hoping to be done with it today. Fuck. Something was not happy with that. Let's try that. Okay, there we go. Draw points is done. Draw lines is. Thank you for the save, Sweet Drops. Ordered some veggies. Nice, nice. Start this. Now we have to get the closest point. No, not starts. Data of I. Notes of I. Data of I plus 1. Like carrot, cucumber, and stuff. The shadow, am I married? No. Start if. No, I am. Ash, you're gonna be right back. Cat's doing weird stuff. Aren't cats always doing weird stuff? Cats are just weird. It's like a fucking. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Where's it? Oh. Yeah. Let's see if I can find one. A lot of the times, like, Ashes is lazy. It just reminded me of something. Open image in new tab. This is a displacer beast. It's D&D stuff, but I was just like, it basically, it like, you think it's in one place and it's in a different place. That's like the gist of it. And that's basically just like a normal cat. But giving a cat superpowers is a mistake. Anyways, that just reminded me of that. Start is none, then we continue. We don't even need to draw this one. Nope. Self.data of I plus 1. Self.data of I. Yeah. Yeah, like in Baldur's Gate. Thank you for the hydrate, Ash. If end is none, then we continue, because then we can't actually draw a line. If the two lines, basically, if our 2 points are like here, and I don't know, here, then we draw the line, but it doesn't even touch the graph, so we just ignore it and say, alright, and then we move on. Right, so if it is in the graph, which means we already have and dot and equals self dot val self x per point x min y max x jump y jump, and then our it already turns into a tuple. Never mind. Then y picks per point, y max, y jump, and then val. This is val of 0. This is val of 1. Just because we will be passing in like a point, and then we'll just rename this to point. Obviously that doesn't work in every situation, because sometimes we're just looking at a single point. Val to pix. Overall, this is pix per point. We don't always define it, so we should. And then we also not get. Okay, well, axes are defined at the top then. X min, y max, x jump, y jump, end. X min, y max, x jump, y jump, point. Right. And then same thing here. Start equals self dot val to pix per point, x min, y max, x jump. Thank you for the Hydrace Ghost. I will get to that in just a sec. Y jump and then start. Sorry. And basically we do it this way because, where is it? When we're drawing our points, we already calculated like most of these, like most of the points. So we don't need to do it again unless we didn't end up calculating it. And we didn't end up calculating it because it was off the map, or off of our graph. So then we have to go and find what we're gonna actually do and connect it to. But otherwise we can just say fuck it. We already did that. So I don't need to I don't need to do it again. Lazy is good. We just, what? I think we just draw a point. I think we need to make the line width too. Point size. Line width. Line width is like 3. Equals 2, I believe. What did I draw him as? That's get nearest point. It's the full draw. What did I draw the axes? Nope. So we draw. So that's 1. With 2. Not hint, what's it called? That should be like this. I can't go between the two spellings. Or, I mean, it's one, but it's different words. So, reference width, line width, and we did everything else already, so we're good. Ghost, time to head off. We'll be home late. Have a good evening. Have a good drive home, I assume. Yep. Take care of yourself. I will see you next time that I see you. And thank you for the hydrate. Damn, that might need to go on a slightly longer cooldown. No, it's fine. I'm sure it is. This is lines. This is self.reference with. Dot line. Slash n. I assume if I just do this. I know. Self.reference. I assume if I do that. Yeah. Slash if I replace this, it replaces it like that. Yeah, so that's not, it's not viable. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it manually. You know, this one is only 2. Never mind. Why did I even try to do it automatically? Only happens twice. Access with. Slash n. Or slash. Dot access with. Yep, notch size, and then one other one. There we go. And then pie game. window. Dot line color. So start position is a tuple of floats, end position is a tuple of floats. Start, end, and then width self dot line width. Self dot type line self dot draw lines X jump Y jump looks go. Okay. Right off the bat, that looks really good. It made a line. Okay, well, let's add like 30 more points. Equals zip. Graph scale equals 1, 1. I'm tired Okay, I mean, that looks fine. Looks like it works. Negative T2 20 by like 4s. So like negative, so yeah, like negative 0 to 70 by like 4s. Go 4s 0 70. Random dot shuffle px and then random shuffle py. Okay, maybe we do this in like steps of 8. Negative 5, 75. Negative 5. Steps of 8. Music. This one. X minus F. This and px py. Alright, same data every time. Cool. And now if we just pull this. greater than, greater than. Equals 20. There we go, that's much better. Just hold it there for a second. What is this one? Oh yeah. Zero. So I plus 1. We'll just call this a new count equals 0. I don't know, like. I think we also need to add in self. And yeah, that's why. And the up of 0. again? Okay. Greater than 0. Get isn't. I know. Oops. That's why, because it unzip. Well, it's like unzipping, yeah. Yes, okay, so. Yeah. Oh. 0. Of 0. Okay, so it's the third one, I believe. That's why we put this here, so that we have it. And we can 1, 2. One, 2, 3. So between that one and here, Okay, let's see if we can identify this on... Yeah, sorry. I know this looks like a lot of going back and forth. It really is just kind of trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with it. So this one is 59, 19. Is that right? Am I an idiot? Where? Oh, that's not good. It's 19. Oh, that's interesting. 1. Okay, so -5. Why is this one all the way over here? Let's wait, it's 1950. Oh, it's this one. I'm reading it backwards. I'm an idiot. This one, then this one. Okay, but I actually did like, because we saw something and I don't want that to like go away, so we will bring them back. Okay, start here. No, you don't. We start here. Let me go here. Let me go here. And for some reason this is causing a... Get nearest to. Okay. So the distance to the point doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, now what does draw line do? So we reverse them. Hmm. But why? I, they should not be the same. Uh-huh. Print start. Why? Why is... this one, then we get... Let's see, so... Tomorrow you will get your pay and it's time for us. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. Johnny, leave her to the ship green and on went by and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Cotton tub, leave her, Johnny, leave her. how do I do this? Just I'm so used to doing stuff like this. I have tools I can use that solve like all of these.
We go and it's time to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her.
This one. I think this is fine. Redo the debugging. You really don't like this. That's okay. So, what we got, our X check is 53. Because point is 59. 17, and then self. Okay. So our X check is 53, our Y check is also 53, because the point is, what? That's not right. If max is less than 9 to 1, else none. Else none. If y Y check is out now. Okay. I think we still use update actually. I think this was a smart system. Update equals false. Equals true. Update equals false. So X check and then Y check is none. So Y val is 37. What does ops look like? We have 5337. Okay. All was well. She stole my sight and cursed me, captain of the shadow. And cursed me, captain of the shadow. Self-dot data. So why are we not going the other way? I'm trying to tame the shadow. Okay, so why is our point? append. So we do that one. Yep, that is outside of the reach. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is b of 0. B of 1 minus a of 1. Why? Okay, so point is 59 towards this one. Okay. Anyways. Okay. We have no end as of yet. Okay, so this is, you know, this works. That's not inside of the region. Oh wait, yeah. X check is 50. Errors none. Y check is 53. Okay. Okay. And oh, is this that like it optimizes it by like cutting out parts that it's cached because it doesn't need to, so it doesn't need to redo the operation. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that Python does that. But I feel like that's the only explanation for what I'm seeing. Huh. Okay. X. Still the same parameters. We. Hmm. Check. Why check? None. What is mainstream? And now it's reversed. Subs. There is a single one, so we return that one. Is that a good one? Yeah, that means valid. Song mainstreamed. This end is up here, so start. Yep, so we'll go. So this. Why? So we're back up here again with this one. Shit. Okay. So then we end up with 5337. Here, let me graph all of these. 5919, 267, negative 5. 5919, 67, negative 5. Okay, so it's 59 divided by negative 5 minus 19 x minus 67 plus minus 5. So, right, because I'm an idiot and it's the other way. But that is not, I believe that is just fine in my code, because it is dy over dx. X minus 67 plus or minus 5. Minus 5. Y equals, so x equals 67 minus 59 over negative 5 minus 19 x plus 5 oh wait why see okay so they do both work. So of 53, Less than y check is less than. Oh, not point of 1. 2 words of 0. 2 words of 0. Like a tempest, her whisper is a breeze. She has a temper and brings me to my knees. Is a terror, there's a storm inside her eyes. She's like a hurricane and kills me when she cries. Oh, won't let go. Oh, I'm overboard and washed out to sea. Open arms with other fools like me, treading water, shipwrecked and free. I'm in too deep, deep. I'm in too deep. I'm going. I got other ships to see, and as well, the wind is haunting me. Make you love me, that's why you dance aboard. Know exactly what I was when your feet first left the shore. Oh, let go. No. Oh, overboard and washed out to sea. Open arms will never wanna be. Treading water, shipwrecked and free. But all I know is too deep, deep. You're in too deep, deep. You're in too deep. Overboard and washed out to sea, drowning in your open arms with other fools like me. Treading water, shipwrecked and free. I could leave, but all I know is you keep falling overboard and washed out to sea. Drowning in your open arms with other fools like me. Treading water, shipwrecked and free. I could leave, but all I know is I'm in too deep, deep. I'm in too deep, deep. I'm in too deep. And then our value comes from x check, so 53. To the very edge. $53, $34. How does that work? Oh, okay. Wait, no mind, it does work. So that should come up here. And terminate. X-Men G dot X max 1x. Okay, that one doesn't, so we shouldn't see a line for that one. What's gonna do me? Advertise. Hold tight, hold tight, me close tonight. Hold tight, hold tight, gripping right. Okay, so this is the first one where we see something. Yeah, that should cross. We should see something. 3511. So we should see something here, but we don't. Why? You should make me move. Make me move. $59 okay. This one, that one. Okay, now the new one. What is our X check? Okay, Y check is 53. Okay, what do we got? Y check is 53. The X. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, we should see our first. between this one, and we go up to this one, and that one connects to that one, and 43 connects to 330 or 327, which is kind of like bottom left-ish. And then we get more left, but higher. So top left, and because we're just going more left, we don't see a thing from there. We do see one from there to here, because it crosses through the zone. Cool. And then this one connects to a 1959. So this is just above. Yeah, that checks out. And then 11, 3. 11, 3. Okay. And that's it. Yeah, that is much, much more complete. Turn on music again. Okay. I think that this is done. Okay.
Death frame. You were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Close by the stormy sea, you meant the world to me. Yes, you remember when you cried. The pain was over. And see, you meant the world to me. Disappear. You were the one for me. The world to me.
Okay. Okay, and it yeah, just graphs, it works.
Me, that's why I gave you everything. You close by the stormy sea, you. Yay, it works. This is for debugging, so we can get rid of all this now. Five. Interesting. Let's see if we can apply this to something. Before we do this, actually, one more thing that we should make is and this should go all the way at the end because they're all like also a little bit wait. Self. Self. Frighten.
Because if we're not waiting, normally if we exit, then everything needs to stop. Zero. One. Grapher has what? X margin equals 50. Margin equals 50. And then F scale equals 1. Actually, that'll evolve as we need it to. Start. Wait, I just realized something that would break if I did it the way that I did it. I can't do it this way. Why? Because if we go to frame and it doesn't exit, there you go. Effort out start. Dot wait for exits. Okay, so maybe like 10,000 is a little too much. Maybe like just 8,000. See, this is pretty cool. We should. We did tick rate, so. There we go. And now this is something because there's only so big. this can just go. If I say, I don't know, say, point size equals 1. Yeah, it all just compresses because there's only so many pixels. But also, let's see, equals, I don't know, let's say 1,000 height equals 700. Hi, Slime Games. Is it Slime Games? I read it as Slime Games, but it is spelled Slim Games. Anyways, how's it going? So like, what if we made this, I don't know, 1,500, and this 1,000. And then I reach it 1,000 and then it stops, and then I do this and it finishes clean. Okay, cool. Finally catching me online. I appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, we're just well, we were working on this thing to live graph data. It's done now though, so well, I mean, let's see. What if I just applied this to like a normal? Equals true. But like, what if it was false? Okay. If method keys. Break. Okay. So no. Okay, let's try this. And if I press P, nope. I So I assume it's equals false. Pause. And I am okay, and then pause equals true. Uh-oh. pause it, and then unpause it. And now I need to remove these. Okay, interesting. That's something we can do with it. What else can we do with it? Ooh, sand pile. Okay. Oh yeah, a lot of what I did in the graphing, I learned here, or I like first designed here. Classic. This will be at the top. Classic equals true. Anyways, the thing, one of the things that I want to do, this, right, because this has nothing to do with the rendering. That's all handled separately, which is nice because it means I can just integrate something else. One, for example, false. Oh wait, no, this needs to be a fel plus equals 1. Classic, we let's yeah. From pygame graphing dot pygame graphing import graph. Thank you everyone for sticking through the ads. I really appreciate it and help support the channel. Grapher of what x margin equals start equals 0. Stack dot total value equals 0. And then we will grapher dot append t dot total fel. Oh, force int. Y. Why did this work? Fine. And, sleep. Oh, like 3 or 2. Oh, so something is getting drawn. Right, okay, so this works. There we go. Point size is 1. Turn into the freak show. Freak show, turn into the freak show. Turn into the freak show. That's a lot. Yeah, no, that is, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Sorry. Right in the ocean with you. Okay, I mean, this is a thing that
we can like observe and we can see like how many tend to fall. Does it change? No? Interesting. Anyways, that's some applications of whatever the fuck it is we just built. So, we did this. Did I say what's next? I did say there was something next. It was kind of late though. I don't even remember what this was supposed to be about. Fuck. Okay. If and behavior genes less than or equal to 0. Basically, if we have no behavior genes, it breaks. So how do we want to do that? I think we need to handle this slowly and just build up. So hi, Jeff. Implosions!
How's it going? It's going alright. We finished a project. Now we're working on this one. It's always been hurdle with coding. You start a bunch and never finish anything. I'm not really that much better. It's just sometimes with enough pushing, you get something. I have this one. I have this one that needs to be done eventually. God help. You want to make a game. Yeah, so the only game that I've ever attempted making was for this, like, school event. And, we got to, like, moving rectangles by the time it was due. I mean, we had, like, moving rectangles, and we had, like, basically the game would be, like, because it had to be, like, a kid-friendly game, so no, like, fighting or anything, which is, like, bullshit. But what we did was, like, a game where you had to essentially don't drop the balloon, but, like, with a bubble and, like, magic wands, and it would be a co-op game. Like a local co-op, because I wasn't gonna figure out online multiplayer. And we got to, like, moving rectangles, and we got the circle to move and react. And that was about it. You're a huge fan of this old handheld console called the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Huh. I've never heard of that. Interesting. It had amazing animations and sprite work for the time, around the same tech level as the Game Boy Color. Ooh, that's cool. It had legit fighting games like King of Fighters and things like that. Most Game Boy fighting games were terrible, but these are fantastic, so I want to make a fighting style game of that style. Yeah, I can see that that's a project. I don't know, probably the most, like, basic advice. But it's like the only thing I can really think of is pacing. If you get burnt out on a project, you will stop working on it. Even if it's fun, like, in theory, and you like doing it. That's how I have to, like, code. That's why I have so many projects, is that I'll be working on one, like the procedural animation, I'll get sick of it, and I'll put it on the back burner and say, well, we're doing something else now. So we have a bunch of these. I have this one that I need to do at some point. That one I don't even know if I'm gonna ever do again, but we'll keep it. Bunch of projects that were there. Uh, I personally like Godot better. I have not used either, but as one does, I watch people make games, and I personally like Godot. I mean, like I've messed around with it. I haven't actually like tried to make an actual game in it. That's what I mean, and I like it better because it's also like free. At least a free trial, because when I did it for free. I don't know. Game Maker, I believe, is paid. Oh, apparently it is. Game Maker is free. Oh, you have a license for Game Maker. I mean, then I've seen people say that Game Maker is really cool. I would say before you get started, just look at what, like, even if you don't watch someone make, like, fully make a game, but look, see, like, parts of it. Yeah. I think this was Godot, but I was watching someone make something, and it's can be a little buggy sometimes. Not like horribly buggy, and not like, and only in like very rare cases. Um, but I believe that was Godot. But for what you're making, I would just say look at someone else making something. Uh, range, edits. Did I already import this? I did not. And yeah, and see which one you like better. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really, like, for example, like Unity is known for being buggy as shit with its physics sometimes, unless you really put a lot of elbow grease into it. Unreal is known for having file sizes the size of your mom. Uh, sorry, but you know, the but you can work with either of them depending on your purposes. For example, Unreal creates really nice looking games. The games are really aesthetically pleasing. I believe Ark Survival Evolved is in Unreal. I believe, yeah. I think Ark Survival Evolved is in UE 5. Wait, Unreal 5. Um, but Unity is apparently simpler? Maybe? I have touched Unreal. I used Unity for that game that got to like block boxes and bubbles or in circles. And that it was a nightmare. But that's also because I had no idea what I was doing and I was learning C# at the same time. I think it really does at the end of the day depend on what features you want. For example, if you're making a fighting game, you probably want nice like advanced sort of hitboxes. Like you don't want all of your hitboxes to be box shaped. But for example, if you're making like a farming game, if all of your hitboxes are the shape of a square, it doesn't really matter. So just depends on the game and depends on what you like about the engine. It can even come down to if you like the UI and how the layout is better. Like if it looks easier to learn, easier to understand. Oh, the hit. Oh yeah, old school fighters. Yeah, I'm thinking of. What was his name? Blanking on his name. But sometimes watch like the this creator who's making like a pixelated kind of like Hollow Knight, but like pixel. I mean, like not the same story, but like the same concept, like a platformer or fighting game together, or platformer RPG game. I think that's a better way to describe it. Um, and yeah, this will be like a kind of chibi style Street Fighter. Oh, yeah, then you might be okay with like perfectly rectangular hitboxes. Um, right? Yeah. So you really do have a lot of freedom because every game engine can make perfectly rectangular hitboxes. Um, yeah, just see what people say. It's like the same thing as like buying a game. You see what people say. You see, or at least this is what I do when I buy a game. Is like you look at some of the gameplay like online just as like a general gameplay. Um, and you'd see if you like what it what it would be like to use or for a game play that. Do some tutorial games on YouTube and go from there. Yeah, that is, doing is always the best way to learn. I will say that generally that rather than following a tutorial like verbatim, obviously you need to learn the engine. So maybe like one tutorial you do just exactly follow along. But I don't know, you probably already know this. But like after you set up maybe like the second tutorial project, you just kind of see where you would go from there. And then you try it and then see why it doesn't work and then you go look at the tutorial again. Cuz that trial and error process is, in my opinion, the most important part of learning. Because you can learn how to do something in a specific way, and you can even learn why it works in that way, but there's a difference between like learning something and really like understanding it. Because you can like learn something and put it like store it in your like bank of knowledge. Um, but if you want to really like understand it, you have to make a mental model, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. This is how I like think about it. Is that you're making like a mental model of how it works, where so that you don't have to necessarily know everything verbatim. You can even take on new kinds of projects or new kinds of like challenges with different tools because you understood the general framework. I don't know. You've been working in like. Actually, what do you do? You do like. You talk about like plant managing and stuff. Logistics, I think. Memory. You probably know all of this. But this is what I always tell people who do like. Who want to start like a really big project. As much as it. As much as it is about doing the project, it's also about Oh. Oh, like maintenance. So like on the industrial, I guess kind of like industrial engineering, kind of. But like maintenance. Oh, okay. Amount. Let me do. Negative. Cancel the cruise control. Put it in the manual. Wait, what? Huh? What do I do with this then? Because what did I do? Okay. Let's look at the other types. What did I do here? Mixed proportion. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it, right? Because mutate chance is the actual, like, gene. Setting up things like asset hierarchy so you can take those assets and operations. Can have maintenance history. I think I get it. It's like business process analyst. Yeah, I think I get it. Maybe. How can I, how do I signify that? Basically, what I'm thinking of is that I want a way to make different like mutations negative, like very disadvantageous. So I need to find a way to gene base, I think. Find a way to hold information about which way is bad. Or which way is, I guess, good for each. Oh, I have a better idea for how to do this. Do I tear everything down? No, we'll copy everything. Just rename this. It's not being used anyways. Complex 2. And we'll see if we can complete the idea. So it'll be kind of like gene base in the sense of like, but also do we use this anywhere? We do. Where do we use it? Then you get the same issue of like, is it too complicated? Okay, this is too much. We're going to
put together, what kind of document? I think we have a good markdown editor in here. So we'll try it. Find.md. Yeah, we have a good markdown editor in here. Oh, yeah, okay. There's a couple of things that I want to kind of, a couple of different ideas that I had. Wait. Okay. I was confused because it didn't render it right. Markup, block, and send file can both go. Let's see if we can. There is. There's essentially two ideas. There's the numbers, and there's text. This one, each gene. Each gene has. Bill. Effects. This one is the other idea, which is where is that each gene stores like an actual like bit of stores a sequence of letters, and then those letters strings that
forest. Effects. There's that approach. And then you could theoretically go even like steps deeper, but I think that's, you would go into like each gene sequence releases a chemical. I don't know. We'll see. This is like more of one of those projects we work on like a little bit, but not like super often, because it is so fucking complicated. I think these... We did that. Well, to be fair, I guess I do have to... Okay, I don't have to, but I really should go to bed. So... Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Once we go find someone to raid, say... Yeah. We're going to go raid out to someone. But before that... remember, take care of yourselves. Dying is in fact bad for your health. If you want to get live alerts and announcements and stuff, you can join the Discord. VODs get posted on YouTube, so if you missed anything, you can go look on YouTube. If you like what you saw, you can drop a follow here. You'll get live alerts from Twitch and stuff when I go live, and it helps support the channel and shows Twitch that you actually like what, you know, whatever I'm doing. Yeah. Tomorrow will probably be a relatively short stream, because I need to go to bed, not like super early, but like a little early, so I can get up in time for Science Sunday. Or I guess today's stream. Tonight's stream. Whatever, you know what I mean. So I can get up for Science Sunday. This Science Sunday, I have something also pretty interesting, I think. I don't know if you'll find it interesting. Hi, Ash. Welcome back. Coding stuff was good. We did a project, and then we looked at another project and scratched our heads. We were just actually ending stream. Because it's 6 and I need to get to bed. Yeah, I made the rectangles touch all the dots. But yeah, stream is ending. We are just about to, or we are raiding out just now. Go raid Epoch, show them all the love. There is the raid message. First one is the raid message if you aren't subbed. Second one is the raid message if you are. It looks like that. Remember, take care of yourselves. I will see y'all next time. Bye.